Alrighty, gang. Ad break is over. Let's turn off autopilot. Let me just fix my tracking real quick, and then we're good to go. Alright, perfection. Perfecto. Whee! Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. It is me, Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. You know the bit. Hello, everyone. Why? I've only been here for 20 seconds. How dare you? Anyway, welcome to the stream. Congratulations on getting first winter. Hello, everyone coming in. Hello, well, hello, Winter. Hello, Mimic. Hello, Delantia. Hello, Uma. Hello, Violet. Hello... I think that's it. Oh, wait, you know what? I don't have YouTube chat showing on my OBS. Gamers, what's up? What we doing? Thank you to those of you who came out yesterday for the bonus stream. It was pretty chill. We made a lot of Dark Souls 2 progress. I think we're really close to finishing the game. And then I can be free and go to Bloodborne. Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. I haven't decided yet. Can't help but feel like we got robbed. I mean, if we got that last word on Words on Stream, we would have gotten 2 extra levels instead of... Well, we would have got advanced 5 levels instead of 3, but... Even I couldn't I couldn't even think of what that last word was. Bloodborne of... Sorry. So... Speaking of streaming, speaking of days, so just as a heads up, like I mentioned this in Discord, but if you're not in the Discord, you wouldn't have heard this. I will be changing my stream days. So up until this point, I've been doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, right? And starting next week, we'll have, instead of Wednesday, we'll have Thursday permanently. So it's Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm also thinking on top of that, maybe touching up the times a bit, because next Friday, I'm part of a raid train for this trans VTuber server. Trans VTuber raid train. And my time slot for that is next Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is an hour and a half before I normally start streaming. So I'm kind of thinking of moving all my streams up a bit early for next week. I'm thinking of 6:30 Eastern start times for Monday and Thursday, and then Friday will be 6 o'clock. And then maybe even earlier on Saturdays. I would like to try and claim an earlier time slot on Saturdays. Because the stuff we tend to stream on the weekends can go for really long, and I would rather not have another day where where I'm up until 2 a.m. because the case just wouldn't end. You know what I mean? So I need to think about it, but there'll be a schedule out by Sunday night, probably. Possibly. Anyway, look forward to that. And of course, as always, if you look above, we are still doing the VTuber SummerSlam 2025. It is run by Gamers Outreach. They are raising money to buy video games for children in the hospital. To, help them cope with being in the hospital. So, if you want more information about that, you can !charity, and you'll get the link. And, we're Gucci. It's Gucci, chat. That all being said, though. I got nothing. What's up, gamers? I got a little bit of time. We got a little bit of time before, we start Ace Attorney. Strap in for this case. It's one hell of a wild ride. Pretty great. It is a peak. It is the end of a trilogy. It's the end of the original trilogy, so expect greatness, chat. Expect greatness. Expect a lot of greatness. The only thing is, it's really long. So, again, that's part of why we want to start early. We are hydrating. If I have to run up to go to the restroom, you know it's because I'm hydrating. Today, we will have the first case. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydrate. Exactly. Today we're gonna have the first trial. So, last week, if you remember, we ended on the first investigation day. Thank you for checking out that strange noise. Welcome to the stream. So we ended on the first investigation day. And that means that we took over Edgeworth because Phoenix Wright got injured. He's hospitalized. He's reading on his old mentor's cases for some reason. I don't understand why. But, on the bright side, we get to see Edgeworth, who, he's better. He's less stinky. I love him. Yeah, we do have to drag Larry onto the witness stand, but it's fine, because it's the last time we'll ever have to see him, she said, not knowing. I truly don't know if he shows up again. Hello, Hectic Sketcher. Welcome to the stream. Phoenix is fucking dead? Yeah. That's why the next game is called Edgeworth Investigations. Larry made Edgeworth almost crash out? Yeah. Justified. That would have been the most justified crash out in existence, chat. What do you think? Hello, an hour after 10. Welcome to the stream. I think I appreciate your presence here. But also, it would make me immensely happy to never have to see Larry Butts in another case. So, it pretty much guarantees that we're gonna have to see him again. The moment he saw more longs, he said, no, I'm too tired for this tomorrow. That's the funniest part. Like, what do you in Phoenix ever think of that? Oh, you're just putting a bunch of... You're just not telling me everything? Alright, to court with you. He did fall into the river that fucking kills people. I mean, like, the funniest thing is if we're going with the theory that this Iris person is in fact Dahlia, the river did not kill anyone yet. It is the river that is a plot device. It's the plot device river. Larry Butts, our emote mascot. Oh my god. I am so tired of seeing his stupid faces. Game actually has a 6th case and it's all about the butts. It stinks. Hello, Muffin McFluffin. Welcome to the stream. I just realized... Where the fuck? There it is. I definitely didn't forget to make my chat visible. Hello, Muffin McFluffin. Welcome to stream. We have Dahlia, who did fall. Are you saying you wouldn't want a Larry Butts-centric spin-off game? Magiternity? I love and appreciate you. I respect you. As a fellow, book-themed, gay, VTuber person. I will not hesitate to put you into the ground, though. Do not bring that into existence. Do not even suggest bringing that into existence. If we ever get a Larry Butts spin-off game, I will find you. I will come to your house. And I'll unleash a skunk or something, I don't know. Something that won't get me banned from Twitch. Now you see me. Completely justified. Nobody wants the butts. Rika, of all people, for getting something like that, it's more likely than you think. Oh no, I'm not... I'm not bimbo coded, but I have bimbo moments here and there, right? That's just how it is. Pick them up, put them in the ground, plant a dumbass tree. If we got a Larry Butts spin-off game, I would simply throw it in the ocean. Yeah. Like, why not? I think of that one, I don't know what movie it's from, but there's like, there's this one gif of, I think it's like Tom Cruise sitting on like the hull of a ship or something, and he's just like looking at something in his hand and he just yeets it into the ocean. I don't know what that movie is. I don't even know if that's Tom Cruise. I don't know the context, but that's how I feel about Larry Butts. Rika, I like painful things. Listen, you cannot take clips from other streams and use them against me here, alright? Just because someone clipped me saying that out of context doesn't mean you can use it against me in a court of law. In a Twitch court of law. I would say, yeah, digital release only. We would simply throw the straight Steam servers in the ocean. That's so genius. I've dealt with worse. I just noticed the sword spin. Oh yeah, it's one of our Twitch viewers, Weiss2D. Weiss has different names on different platforms, but it's always Weiss. Very big Project Moon fan and also a live 2D artist. He made this pin for Pride Month, and it was pretty cool. And he showed it to me, and I'm like, I'm gonna use that. It's cool. You can mix and match, which is the best part. So you see I'm rocking the Two-Spirit? Oh no, hold on, you can't see the feather on the bottom because of the captions. Here you go. You can see one side is like Two-Spirit Pride, And the other side's the non-binary flag colors. You can split them. It's so cool. What's up, Daniel? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. One of our Twitch viewers, so all of your viewers. Huh. Let's see. This is very on theme with who I am. Yeah, actually, Magic Eternity. Isn't it very on brand for you to be made into a tree since you're like a plant witch thing? Yeah, don't you dare quote my own words back at me. No, see, you can't. You cannot take my words out of context. You can't. Alright? It's like illegal. You know? I didn't sign a waiver for that clip. Actually, I'm pretty sure when you sign up for a Twitch affiliate, you probably have a million... Actually, when you sign up to stream, you probably have to sign a million waivers. Alright, I don't know why I always forgot that's the NB colors. You know. You're not well informed. You know how I remember? I remember, well, one, because it's the coolest pride flag. And two... Yeah, actually, that's it. It's the coolest pride flag. But also, my joke was gonna be, it's the Nekoark pride flag. What gender is Nekoark? I don't fucking know. That thing's a creature. I mean, I know Nekoark's a girl, but like, it's really funny to just call Nekoark an indiscriminate creature. So, it's got the same color scheme. That's how you remember. Nekoark's gender is no. Nekoark's gender is Burinyo. No, it's a gremlin. You're a gremlin. You ever think about that, Muffin? You ever think about you're a gremlin? 100%. I've been considering tree girling myself more than I already do. Have you ever considered a form outside of a calico elf? Okay, so when I first started doing this VTuber thing, I was a cat girl, right? And then I was like, you know what? Cats are lame. I want to be an elf. Pointy ears are in. And so I became an elf. But if I have been thinking about ideas for like a potential third design. And it's still going to be an elf, but just like with some spider theming going on, right? Spidery jewelry, web tattoos, etc., etc. It's because I watched Serena, I watched my girlfriend make a new design, and her little penguin mascot is part of the model, and I'm just like, I want a fucking mascot. Let me get a cute little spider. Drider? I don't know about Drider. Hold on, let me see. What exactly is a Drider? Not a Drider. Not a Drider, no. Just basically think my current VTuber's design. Just different costume, different hair. And like, the headcanon is because my model has a lot of skin covered up, there's a bunch of tattoos and stuff underneath that you just never see. Daw, she knows me so well. Oh yeah, gremlining. The little spider mascot. Yeah, I'm just saying. Hold on. No, chat. Imagine this. Imagine this. I gotta find this real quick. Let me find this real quick. Wait. 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 I found the perfect thing already, actually. Hold on. I gotta download this right now. I gotta download this shit right now, chat. I gotta download this literally right now. Hold on. Steam, VTube Studio, browse local files, VTube Studio data, streaming assets, items. Here we go. Perfect. Perfection. Yeah, this is the perfect thing. Because spiders are really cute. And if you want to contest that, well, I just have to say, feast your eyes on this. They're cute! Look at them! Look at them! They're adorable! What did the left nut say to the right nut? The guy in the middle is a dick. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Curly of Nonsensical. Welcome to the stream. Was worried about not having money until next Friday, but state tax return came in only 3 months after I did my taxes. Wait. 3 months? Wait, why'd my caption stop? Howdy. Meowdy. Rika, that's not a spider. That's a tick. Joltik is a spider! Joltik is a spider! Hold on. No. Joltik, hold on. I'm gonna look this up and I'm gonna make you look like a doofus. Hold on, Joltik. Joltik. Look at this. Joltik. Attaching Pokemon. Oh, I guess not. Hold on, spider. Joltik's name all suggests it may be based on a tick. Okay, but why does it evolve into Galvantula if it's not a spider? Why does it evolve into a fucking tarantula? Why does it evolve into a tarantula if it's a tick? I don't get it. Why? Because Pokemon... Okay, you know what? That's fair. I always thought about Galvantula because Galvantula is the Ellis spider Pokemon. So I never really stopped to think that that Joltik is not a spider. Captions got defunded by Doge. Oh my god, I fucking hate them. Rare tax return W. What is a tarantula if not a big tick? It's a spider! It's a big hairy spider! Which we love and appreciate. Anyway, my fault. I'm stupid. I never thought that it was a tick. Oh my god. Anyway, Joltik is great. Pokemon Company about to get your ass? Yeah, you know. I've been wanted by worse organizations. Know who looks stupid? You know, it's fine, chat. Looking stupid is just part of my brand, I guess. Yeah, I appreciate that, like, 3 people in chat just said, you know how it is with Pokemon, or it's because Pokemon. Why does Totodile evolve into a Feraligatr? That's a really good question, actually. Why does Totodile evolve into Feraligatr? Why does a crocodile evolve into an alligator? Hello? Explain? Hi, Wendero. Hi, Hectic. Regardless, just slap a few more legs on a Joltik shape and you're set. Oh yeah. Anyway, I'm not getting rid of this thing. This thing's cute. I love this thing. I hear worse organizations and my brain just defaults to IRS. Listen. Oh. Okay. Yay. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I've never played a Pokemon game I have no intent to. It's not for everyone. For me, it's a nostalgia thing because I grew up on Pokemon. I've been playing Pokemon since I was like 10 or something. I don't know. When did the first... Hold on. Pokemon Red NA release. Oh, I might have been younger. I might have been like 8 or 9. Yeah, the point's still valid. Totodile evolves into Croconaw. What is Croconaw based on? Is it just the word gnaw, like chewing? Oh yeah, big jaw. Yeah, so a crocodile evolves into a jaw. It evolves into an alligator. Someone not knowing the difference between a crocodile and an alligator. Listen, I grew up... Oh yeah, actually, you're right. But also, I grew up in a desert, so I also don't know the difference between a crocodile and an alligator. Except that crocodiles... No, actually, yeah, they're the same. That's why there's that one famous song, you know. Interior crocodile alligator. It's about how, on the inside, they're just basically the same thing, you know? The famous song with such deep lyrics as, Interior crocodile alligator, I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. You know? Deep, deep lyrics. Very deep lyrics. Let's see. I only like Gen 1 of Pokemon after that gets too much for me. Yeah, Pokemon Red came out in America in 98. Very similar to Gen 1, adds a lot of QOL and it looks a lot better. I'm definitely biased towards Gen 2 because my favorite Pokemon is, definitely Wobbuffet. Yeah, that's the end of my sentence, actually. That's just the end of my sentence, actually. My favorite Pokemon is Wobbuffet. Yeah. As a biology educated being, I don't blame the majority of folks for not knowing the difference between alligators and crocodiles. Big reptile will mess you up either way. Yeah. It's like, how do I say? No, I don't have anything. My bad. Yeah. I'm not a biology major. I'm a I was studying to be a literature teacher, so like I don't know anything about science. I don't know nothing about nothing, chat. I don't know nothing about nothing. Let's see. I don't mind turn-based games since I just finished Final Fantasy X story today and it's so dang awesome. Let's go. My favorites from Gen 2 are a starter and evolution. I love Umbreon. I was an edgy child, so I really, really like Umbreon. My favorite Pokemon continues to be Vaporeon. It has been since elementary school, sorry. I just wanted to judge you. My fault. I do think Vapor. So like when it comes to the EV Pokemon, it probably goes Umbreon, Vaporeon, Flareon, Leafeon, Espeon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Jolteon. There we go. I don't think Umbreon's that edgy. Well, you know. Are you still in elementary school? No, Winter is a grown adult. Yeah, it isn't Winter's fault that the internet ruined Vaporeon. Still wild that Gardevoir did not get as ruined as Vaporeon for people. Honestly, it is kind of wild, even though Gardevoir is subject to harassment. It's not my fault that Vaporeon is in the breeding group with humans, according to some weirdo on the internet. At least with Gardevoir, the expectations were already there. True. Jolteon slander is unreal. I just said it's my least liked. I didn't say I hate it. I didn't say I think it's ugly. I didn't say that I think Jolteon has no redeeming qualities. I didn't say that I'm so unattracted to, or what's the word? I didn't say that Jolteon's design is so unappealing that I would never think about raising one. I would never say that. I'm thinking it, but I would never say that. Gardevoir holding up a sign that says, I looked themselves up on the internet while looking traumatized. How long ago was elementary school? Was that during the meme? No, definitely not. Because Winter would have been in elementary school around the same time as me. And I don't think the internet existed when we were in elementary school. We're both kind of like fossils, right? We're both really ancient. So for us, elementary school was probably before flash photography existed. Okay, but how loudly would you think it? That's a good question. How loudly would we think that I am a Jolteon hater? You know. Please, Rika, let me have my dumb joke. It's all I have. No. Never. Pokemon tier list with Serena win. Honestly, that's such a good idea. I should run it by her. Be like, hey baby, when are we running a Pokemon tier list? And then, she kills me when I put Piplup at low tier. And access to the internet in elementary school, but I just use it to look up things about The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time very slowly. We love dial-up internet. I definitely used to, I used to go to the library to use the internet, and I would, like, use the printers because they were still free back then, and I would print out, like, walkthroughs of whatever game I was playing at the time so that I could freaking finish games, and it was really funny. My dad is extremely a nerd. Yeah, that makes sense. You seem like your dad would be a nerd. Shin Megami Tensei tier list? I've never played Shin Megami Tensei, I'm gonna be real with you. I think I've played, like, Persona 3, 4, and 5, but I'm not, like... They're okay. I've never been interested in that whole, like, series. SMT or... Well, yeah, SMT. I mostly played Persona because people pestered me to when I was young. I will not watch that because I know Jolteon is going low and I will get grumpy. Ooh. Final Fantasy 14 Primal tier list. Oh my god, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. Ravana. Ravana is top tier. Immediately. Ravana is the best Primal. My dad used to do a lot of his work online even in the early days of the internet, so my family always had pretty good connection. That makes sense. I suspect my dad has a lot of the same mental issues I do. Instead of knowing about them and treating them, he just self-medicates with cigarettes and coffee. Me drinking a cup of coffee right now. Interesting. Garuda easy? Well, of course, you're a lesbian, you would say that. Bottom tier Jolteon doesn't bother me as top 3 Flareon. My fault. Listen, I have no criteria for ranking my Eevee evolutions. I look at the Eevee and I'm like, yeah, this thing's cute. Flareon? Flareon looks really big and fluffy. And like, also, it's a fire Pokemon, so it's warm. That thing's basically a heated blanket. Top tier. Top tier. You gotta play P3 not reload. Unleashed fucked up party member AI. Oh, I played P3 Fess, which I think still had the fucked up partner AI, and it was really funny. Yeah, Flareon's the cuddliest, that's what I'm saying. Now I forgive you for the Jolteon take, he's so cool. For me though, it's now Anima. Oh, not linked to the fact that you just finished FF10? Well, I know it's linked to the fact that you just finished FF10. It's okay, I understand. There was like a comprehensive thing for ranking your favorite Pokemon from every gen as well as overall. Oh my god, chat, are we gonna do a stream where we just go through all of them? Hold on. Ranking Pokemon quiz. Also, my fucking timer's up. Favorite Pokemon picker. How long does this go? My criteria is Jolteon is top tier. Hold on. My criteria is Jolteon is top tier because it's the only Pokemon in Gen 1 that learns to move super effective versus Psychics and isn't weak to them. Huh. I think you're right, yeah. Because, like, most of the bugs that learn bug attacks are poison. Wait, that's so funny. I love Charizard. That tracks. I can see that. I think Charizard's cool. But I also like fire Pokemon. For some reason, Flareon's bottom tier because it had 5 physical attack, but fire is all special. See, this is the difference between you and me, chat. Me? I'm picking my favorites based on who's cutest and who's cuddliest. Y'all are nerds. No moveset? Bad stats? Nah. I'm picking why not, because that little dude's so fucking funny. Why not? And he fucking shrugs. Look at him. He's so funny. He's so stupid looking. Top tier. It wasn't a quiz, it was drop down so you could dig through them. Ah, so like classic mode. Pick your favorites out of the Pokemon shown. Can I like... So like, here, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. So like, I can do something like this. Who here is my favorites? I like this little dude. Pick. I like Corsola. I think Miss Fluttermane? I don't know what Fluttermane is. Dragonair. Nah, I don't like Dragonair that much. Starmie is cool. Stuffle. Stuffle's top tier. So is Larvesta. So is Magnezone. So is Swampert. Wait, this page is full of good picks. So is Poliwrath. Let me see. Murkrow. Murkrow's my goat. Onix. Dragapult. That's it. Let me see. Escavalier is cool. Sandshrew is adorable. I actually love Sandshrew a lot. Slowbro. Slowbro is actually one of my top 3 favorite Pokemon, like, in existence. Let me see. Why did I call the other guy Swampert? This guy is Swampert. The other guy was... Mud? I don't know the fucking name of the other water ground. Funny Volcarona XP? Skiddo, best little goat bean. Too bad I just completely forgot about Skiddo. I think I passed by Skiddo and was just like, nah, my fault. Let's see. Oh, I like Ferrothorn. See, this is why you shouldn't let me do these, chat. Because, like, I literally just have no good criteria for what I like. I just pick it, and I'm just like, yeah, I like this dude. Hatterene, my goat. I think this game came out... Hold on. What generation is Hatterene from? Gen 8? Pokemon Gen 8. When did Sword and Shield come out? 2019? Okay, so that makes sense. Because 2019, 2020 was when I started probably considering transition. And so that's also the same generation that, like, Hatterene came out. And I'm just like, hey, look, funny pastel pink and blue colors. Haha. But also, I just think Psychic Fairy is cool. What the hell are all these creatures? They're Pokemon, Daniel! Let's see, yeah, the only bug moves were Twin Needle and Pin Missile, and anything else learned to deal with Poison type, which means they die. Yeah. I sent you the image of mine from forever ago? What if I just didn't leak our DMs on stream, Liddy? Winter. When I see your name on Discord, it's Countess Lydia, so then I think Liddy, like Liddy Barn. Ultimate favorite Pokemon picker. Ah, I see. I'll check that out later. Ghosts are supposed to be strong, but they're just immune. Yeah, it always bugged me that, like, Psychic Pokemon were just immune to Lick. Let's see, there's a Hecton? Yeah. I do use both names. I've never seen them in the same room. I have never seen Winter and Liddy Barn in the same room, yeah. Makes doing things with Liddy strange. No, I get it. I get it. Whenever I see a character in fiction with my dead name, I'm just like, it's a little awkward. I love Ace Attorney. Anyway, chat. I finished my coffee. You know the rule. And so do I. We start the game now. See y'all on the other screen. Yippee! Also, I gotta reset my fucking camera tracking. Why? Why would you do this? How dare you? Rika, we had to blow up the planet? Yeah. Rika, it's bad they found the DM. I've seen me and Lydia on the same stream even. Damn. Why not? Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I'm being Neko-looked. Yeah, you know the rules and so do I. Full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Want to make you understand? Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. You know, like turn you into a snack that I would have at midnight. Fuck. Get off of my head, penguin! Alright, chat. Hold on. Let's set the mood lighting real quick. After we open the game itself. So, everybody. Ace Attorney Trilogy. Can you, full screen already, game? Yeah. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Even though it's the— Why? I didn't do anything to deserve it that time! What's wrong with you? Abuse aside. Hello. You know what time it is. It is I, Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. We are here with— What? Also, my fucking bot is not doing the check-in very fast. It's Ace Attorney time. We are on day 2. Well, no, we are on our second stream for the final case of Trials and Tribulations. It's the trial. Phoenix Wright is in the hospital. Edgeworth is taking over the trial for himself. Yeah. Let's continue, since y'all just want to abuse me endlessly. That's all the buildup you get. You ruined it. February 9th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Oh my. Mr. Maurice feels that way about... me? Oh, hold on, actually. Wait, Magic Charity, that doesn't work unless... You know what? It'll queue up for after come back. Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. Why are you blushing like that? This is no time to be— I agree with him! This is no time to be embarrassed! You're gonna go to jail! I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Maurice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Dunham, correct? Why are you hesitating? Why are you hesitating? Why are you hesitating? Sister who? She's, Oh, Sister Bikini. Yeah, so, with the temple that they come from, they have to take on new names, I think, when they become nuns or sisters or whatever. And so, Bikini was like, yeah, when I came here, you know, they said that you gotta take a new name. You got it to, you know, reflect what you really want to... Reflect what you really want to see, what you want in your mind. And I thought, bikinis. It's her gamer tag for religion, basically. Yeah, exactly. Love our necklace, just looks like a big 9. It's a Magatama, I think. The series has been full of people who want to take the fall for whatever they're being framed for. True, actually. That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well, then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed... I just realized that this is unfiltered sound. Sorry, I thought it was really loud. If your true identity is revealed... Don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris. It is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. And that's what my friend told me once. My friend. My roommate. That's what my roommate told me once. Mr. Edgeworth. I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I've been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. Okay, but does Edgeworth get an assistant like Maya? Alright, chat. Let's do this. So, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna try really hard to remember all the evidence we learned from the investigation. February 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. I hate this guy, I hate this guy, I hate this guy.
Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case.
Indeed.
I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin.
I guess we win.
I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant.
Objection. Why is it question? Oh, you know what? This is our first time seeing her in this game, huh? The prosecution stands ready.
And you are?
Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma.
Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh?
Canadian moment.
Canadian moment. By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor.
Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say?
There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office.
There isn't. But I'm sure once before in this courtroom... Ah!
I told you, there is no such weakling.
What is that? A whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip,
Hold it. I have no objection to the whip.
You don't?
The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee, but there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix right here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic.
Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court.
Waha! The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor.
Very well, Miss von Karma. Please give an outline of this case. With as little whippings as possible.
The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Dunham.
Jesus Christ.
Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue.
The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene.
The courtyard where Elise Dunham was murdered. There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime.
Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand.
Let me drink.
And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney.
That's so funny. Yeah, she's miniature. Anyway, yeah, I missed Franziska von Karma. She's great. I kind of agree with Winter. What was it you said? Whenever she's not on screen, I'm thinking about what she's doing with Adrian Andrews. 100%. They're definitely, You know. Literally the only thing that could explain the prosecution not being there is them having no faith in their own case. Yeah, honestly. They should have just let the case be over. Let's get a not guilty verdict. Easy. Yeah, for once the whip stays. I feel like... Okay. After having played through the second game, Franziska's grown on me a lot. I like her. I missed her. I didn't realize how much I missed her. But not for the same reasons as a lot of you in chat missed her. I know what you are. Like Witness D's nuts. I love nuts, actually. Cashews are pretty good. Miniature. Fun fact, Bikini was made short in order to fit her sprites in the original GBA cartridge. Oh my god, that's actually extremely funny, I love that. Hello Astro Dude, welcome to the stream. Oops. I feel like that's not the only reason. What do you mean by that, Winter? I know what you are, pure and innocent. Thank you for truly understanding me. Yeah, you're welcome, Muffin. Alright, let's take another drink. Alright, let's get into this. Witness, state your name and occupation, please.
Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if... What? I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for a back pain-plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch your crate for this poor lady, please.
Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple in Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone.
But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Ah!
The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once.
You want me to leave?
No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer.
In any case. Witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question.
That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that.
Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh?
I've never known a Canadian who actually talks like that. This is blatant stereotyping. I appreciate that you thought of me enough to take a screenshot of her crying face and send it to me during the finale of that game. Winter, I know you. It's okay. Yeah, I think she is the only adult who needs the milk crates for sure. A Wiki Bikini's name may also be Bikini, which are Buddhist nuns. Ah, okay. That's interesting. The night of the murder. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple. But... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So, I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, and just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it.
So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple.
That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made.
There is only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Miss Miles Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination.
Some very specific parts of Canada they talk like that. I never met them either, but the Newfoundland accent is pretty wild. I don't know if I've ever heard a Newfoundland accent, actually. But you know what I have heard, chat? You know what I have heard? I have heard... words on stream. So we're about to have our first ad break for the stream in a minute and a half-ish. So... before we get too deep into this testimony, please enjoy this ad break, enjoy some words on stream. See you in a few minutes. See you soon. Good work, chat. Good work, good work. No, don't go to work. I know a lot of people on Twitch who are afraid of those words. Good work. Let's continue. So... Why? What up? Alright, chat. Why? Let's continue. Let's resume. We are back. I had work to go to. Job hunting is pain. I've heard so many people. Yeah, the current job market situation kind of fucking sucks. Or, you know, so I've heard. Well, actually, I know, because I will look around and, like, it's sparse everywhere. Pain. But, you know what's not sparse? Finding the contradictions in this nice... I don't know how old she is. Actually, how old is she? Bikini, how old are you? 48. This nice middle-aged lady's testimony. I might eat the rich season means production ain't no warfare but class warfare. Yeah, precisely. I was helping an acolyte with their training in the inner temple, but my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished. Just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Okay, so... There's no bath here, apparently? I think it was... Let's see. We've got a bunch of evidence here to look through. I think we just start by... We start by pressing everything to get more information off these. I was helping an acolyte with their training in the inner temple, but... Hold it. What is this inner temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right?
We'll be the ones asking you the questions, madam.
In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge, called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training.
And how exactly do you help with this process?
It is all quite exacting. It can't be performed without a nun supervising. Like a tutor, watching to make sure a spoiled child studies.
A tutor with a whip in your case. If that is the case, then why did you return to Hazakura Temple where the murder took place?
Yeah, actually, good question. Also, I forgot to turn on my light. Let me be right back. Sometimes good. I guess people can just look in here. Alrighty. Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently.
Hold it. Violently?
That's right. It's no laughing matter, especially in winter. Winter mentioned. I can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. I think that's called arthritis. Just being alive is like strict training.
On the night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours hurting again?
That's right. Raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was going to finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Hold it. You left Iris to help with what?
What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so we were starting to enter into the training exercises proper.
Ooh, wasn't it your place to remain with a disciple?
Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolytes so that they don't pass a My only job is to make sure that they don't die.
Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct?
Yes. She's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions.
Are you sure about that?
There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak.
Hold it. So you returned to the Hazakura temple in order to take a bath.
Oops. My back is to blame for everything. It's a do-or-be-done-in kind of world, after all.
How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking?
My, what a filthy little rogue you are. I know what's on your mind.
Hmm?
I bet your next question is going to be,
Where exactly did you wash?
This is why you have to watch the young ones.
What are you going on about?
Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth.
The lowest of the low. Is there some sort of kick-me sign stuck to the defense's bench?
Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, you understand. So, it was after I had finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it.
Hold it. The crime took place in the courtyard, correct?
Oops. When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard. That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case.
That certainly seems to be true.
No, it...
There is indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observation skills are.
Is there a problem here? Alright, let's really take a look now. Edgeworth cannot escape being hit on by older women. I would hit on him. Unfortunately, he's taken. Oh wow, this is what it's like for Phoenix. Everyone really is just out to get him. Yeah, exactly. He understands. Role reversal! My back likes to active, so I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Wait. There's no bath, so I needed a long hot soak. Oh, hold on. I accidentally double-clicked. I'm pretty sure the bridge was out by then, wasn't it? Like... Yeah, because we still can't cross the bridge when we were doing our investigation. So, my back likes to active, so I left Iris to help the Acolyte. Hold on, how did you do that? Oh, no, sorry, actually. The lightning didn't hit until 10 o'clock. Okay. I was helping an Acolyte with her training. My back likes to act up, so I left Iris to help. Let's see the murder report. Time, 10 to 11 p.m. Cause, loss of blood from stab in the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. Ring lights out bell at 10 p.m. In Occult magazine. Let me see. The courtyard where she was murdered. I left Iris to help the Acolyte return to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath. It was after I'd finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Would she have taken her bath then? I was helping an Acolyte with her training. My back likes to act up. I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. This feels weird. Let's press this again real quick. You left Iris to help with what? Acolyte's training. It was just past 10 p.m. There we go. I think that's the issue. So, you left Iris there, but then, like, if you had left her at that time... Lightning 10 to approximately 11. Yeah. Oh, that's not it. So I guess the... lightning... isn't what we're looking for here. I left Iris to help, and returned to Hazakura Temple. Received before the lights out bell the night of the crime. Chose Misty Faye. Something about I'll be waiting for you tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Just after 10? Is this it? Because she would have been at Heavenly Hall? No, that's not it. Alright. Doing the investigation and the trial on different days is actually... it's harder to remember all the facts off the top of your head. There's no bath at the inner temples, and I need a long hot soak. After I'd finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So... just after 10 o'clock, huh? Wouldn't you have noticed the lightning and stuff? Wouldn't you have noticed the lightning and such? Let's see, she was in her room until the murder was discovered. Okay, hold on. What did you say about this? The crime took place in the courtyard. When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard. That's right, in other words, it was pure coincidence. There was no complicated setup in this case. How good this witness's memory and observation skills are. Let me think. We have so many people here already. Doesn't seem to have spiritual power, so she's gone. I was helping her with training in the inner temple. So we got a time here, just after 10. There's no bath, so I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I'd finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Let me think about this for a second. What does this say? Oh, okay, it's literally just the image. I don't think Iris's hood matters at all. I feel like... so... I was helping an acolyte. My back likes to act up, so I left Iris to help the acolyte. Right here we say it was just after 10. Either the weather report or... the note. Actually, wait, how would she have rang the bell if she was helping Maya in the inner temple? I think this is the contradiction. She said it's right after 10. Yeah, there we go. Objection. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on the powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that. Objection. A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. Objection. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. Exclamation point. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie.
She does indeed have honest eyes.
What do you mean by that?
Ooh, ah!
All people lie. That is my belief.
Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question.
Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me, and yet you want to play that game, do you?
Well, that isn't exactly what I...
My memory is perfect. Crystal clear. Especially in winter.
Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence.
Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick.
Then please add your comments about Abu Iris to the testimony. And let us return to the cross-examination.
That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but my acolyte acted violently. She came to the inner temple, she was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. That's not correct, because we have this hood. Objection! Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute. Objection! Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you note that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well. I love that they put a fucking box under her sprite. That's so good. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it.
Order! Order in the court! Witness, you're responsible! Ah!
Sister, this hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them.
I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh?
Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Watch job, welcome to the stream.
Then this is quite strange. What?
If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt.
Witness! While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. Why do you say it like that? The seeds of doubt and a bitter crop they yield. Precisely. After my bath. I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was... Oh, Mystic Elise! And with that sword of all things... Ow. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out into the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Earl pushed her out of the window. That's the only solution, chat.
You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that.
This judge... His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? It's proper. Don't judge her. Don't be rude, Edgeworth. Alright. Time to break apart another testimony. Finished my bath around 11, thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and... Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Is that true? Loss of blood from stabbing back. Body fell 10 feet after death. No, but we just saw a blatant contradiction immediately. The stabbing must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. No. Because she was stabbed to death. After she fell after. Objection. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say, anyway. Oh, please do. My brain is something else. Especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
That's right. It says after death right here.
She seems pretty obsessed with winter. Yeah, you know. Why is your brain in winter? Body swap fiction or something? The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? I can't do the scream, sorry.
Order! Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below.
Objection.
Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Dunham's room? Well, were there? She was stabbed with a sword! That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood?
What? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room.
Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then your claim that...
I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this. But I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood.
When it produces the most blood?
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood will be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
Indeed.
With the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking.
We have come to a conclusion then. And the victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Does it though? Does it though?
Order! 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 I admit that this is a probable version of events.
I'd expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point.
It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate.
Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape. Especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here.
With the whip?
Oh boy. Alright, alright. If you're stabbed and they leave the blade in there, don't remove it? Yeah, exactly. If you leave the blade in, like, it doesn't bleed as much, right? At least... I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. That's how Mafia works, chat. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules.
Yeah.
Precisely. You understand. Further details. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. What do you mean by that? I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. Are you sure about that?
This all confirms Ms. Von Karma's theory.
Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. I'd love to get a vigorous massage from Franziska von Karma. I know what you are, Winter. It's okay. I understand. Further details. I looked across the scene. The sword is already in place. I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. Have you? I mean, I guess that is a lot of blood. That's when I fainted. And when I awoke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. Everyone thirsting for Franziska, me thirsting for Adrian Andrews. I don't thirst for Franziska. I do thirst for Adrian Andrews, though. Franziska's too young on my radar. Adrian, wait. Adrian was like mid-20s, right? I think they're... Oh my god. She hasn't been on screen for 3 cases. We need more of Adrian Andrews, yeah? Okay, so let's see what evidence we have here. We've got the sword, the victim's blood, and the suspect's fingerprints. The staff has her fingerprints. A regional weather report, a cult magazine. Alright, let's start pressing. Yeah, Bikini's serious face is pretty great. I love it. And she's in a committed monogamous relationship with her whip. Real. Hold it. At that time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course. So, I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Not then. I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound. In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant in which the victim was stabbed? Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. Let me just look at this blood. Honestly, to me, no, actually, let's just continue pressing. I didn't see her stab Mystic Elise. Hold it. Think carefully. This is very important. It's Iris we are talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body. It might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in her room, and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth. Does it? I've never seen so much blood before. Hold it. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right! Some of it had splattered onto Iris, too. And when the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. Blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well. That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Yeah. Why did the blood-stained clothes not get presented as evidence? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Huh? Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out. Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. What? I saw the instant in which the blade, plunged into the hilt, was smoothly drawn out. Wait, what? Plunged into the hilt? I don't... If it was plunged into the hilt, then, why was there not blood on it? Let's press that. Hold it. Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out. You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out. That's so many S's. That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Ami. Jesus. Mystic Elise was on the ground, and Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried up to the hilt. When Iris stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elisa's body. It slid out from that gaping wound.
It goes without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding.
Nothing out of place here.
Is that really the case? I can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. That something which couldn't possibly have happened appears to have happened.
What do you mean, something which couldn't possibly have happened? Like... My main issue with this is... if it was plunged into the hilt, it would have had blood all over. Because also, this shit's got a lot of prongs on it. It would have torn up her body, like, really badly. And that blood would have been splattering everywhere. Objection!
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Real. What contradictions are you talking about?
In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to the hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
Yeah, the Edgeworth bullshit-o-meter is beeping loudly right now.
Ah!
Explain yourself.
To start with, you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Objection. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose. I wonder how many people had their awakenings to this exact line here.
The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. Objection. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly.
That's...
We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
Objection. That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the shichito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly, and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
I think that's actually impossible. Objection. I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction. You've still got more? This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No! Order! What?
Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that.
But what does this all mean? You've proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but... Having come this far, there can only be one answer.
And that is?
The weapon used to kill the victim was not the shichishito.
But... what? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy, foolish fool.
Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon?
Well, it's because Mystic Ami was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shichishito was the murder weapon. Order! What?
Well, maybe the Shichishito is not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. And the sister here saw everything. He saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object.
That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes. Namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found.
That's...
Answer the question, Miss Von Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found.
Another mystery to throw into the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was, it was just over there.
What exactly are you going on about here?
The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe... I think I might know where the sword was disposed of.
You what?
Well then, I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister.
Impossible! What else? What else could this old woman have seen?
She's not old. She's 48 years old. That's not old. That's middle-aged. I hate it. Location of the weapon. I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there, I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Excuse me. Yeah, he did call me old, huh? She's like only 5 years older than him or something.
Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time.
Well, I'm not in the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know. Right. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph.
Next time. A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. Tracks photo added to the court record. Okay. That solves your pesky little problem. Yes. The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
You really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon?
How would you have had time to do that?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that Bikini comes back later on somewhere. She's probably a witness in the future again. She should be, she's cute. But like in the nice, like, older lady kind of way. Convinced if you're older than him by 3 to 5 years or more, you're ancient to him? Yeah, that's how it is with all the people in their 20s, you know? Someone in their early to mid-20s sees a person in their 30s and they're like, old, old, old. Location of the weapon. I saw the murder at around 11. Why'd you change your time? After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Oops. It takes 50 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Is that true? Can she drive a snowmobile? So... is there any way that we can prove that she didn't do this? Sakura Temple, this is Dusky Bridge. It would take 5 minutes to get here on snowmobile. A regional weather report. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire started and going out. Wouldn't there have been a big-ass fire at the time? Like how Rika went to the character bios of every character who had a can drive snowmobile section? Listen. It would be a really easy contradiction if it just said, cannot drive a snowmobile. Alright, sometimes you gotta check. Okay, it takes 5 minutes, 15 minutes to walk, but less than 5 using one of those. To be fair, early 20s is basically a kid in comparison to early to mid 30s. That is true. I think anyone in their early 20s is still very young. Alright, hold it. Hold it. On the timing. In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain?
I think that's why the question was asked in the first place.
It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch. And just like that. Crunch.
Crunch!
I haven't been able to find the courage to ride anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it. Did they? Maybe they threw the weapon at Eagle River, came back? Hold it. Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Oops. Like I said, somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that is more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Is that all? She can drive a snowmobile? Hold on. So, I saw the murder around 11 PM. This time also sounds different than before. You are sure about the time? Oops. Yes, I was worried about it after all.
Why was that?
Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. Her estimation of the time seems reliable at least. Please continue, sister. I guess we're saying the time is okay, but like... oh no, okay, so it could have happened at 11 PM here. Yeah, we need to get her a chiropractor, honestly. Was then in her room until the murder was discovered. So... snow was happening. Lightning was striking here. Would she have not noticed the lightning? After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. Oops. Hold it. You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right. The one who trampled me. It seems she is the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix, right? He didn't even have his cell phone on him.
He had forgotten it at home, apparently.
The naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back. So I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. Chiropractic being a cult is one of those weird things that sounds like an insane conspiracy theory, but is actually true. The chiropractor cult, they'll break your back. I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used.
Hold it!
As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. Oops. That's it, and that's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls.
Now you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived?
Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the gate. So she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time.
I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do?
Press further.
I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time?
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean, eh?
What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used.
Ah, I see. I never thought of that.
That's right. I overlooked that too.
Of course you did.
Then answer the question, please, witness.
I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it.
Snow?
Ah, yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow.
There wasn't any snow on it. Curses! It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh?
How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? It takes 50 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge. So, if the snowmobile had been used, it was still snowing that whole night, yeah. Which means it had to have been used probably after 10:50 p.m. So it had to come back by 10:50 p.m. Which, that tracks. Alright. Yeah, we got an ad break coming up. Let's think on this. For a bit. Enjoy somewhere done stream. We'll be right back. Oh, hey. Thank you for the raid, Tyler. It happened literally in the middle of an ad break. Hello, everyone. Realizing I have my theme playing over the background music. Thank you for giving the shout out to Tyler. Anyway. If you've been spared from the ad break, hello everyone coming from Tyler's stream. My name is Rika Readman, Comic Book Librarian VTuber. Stream visual novels, horror games, Dark Souls. I gotta refill my water, I'll be right back. Alright. Barrier? We're back. Water filled, and I get a banana. I like the word briar. Barb should be it. No, wait, it shouldn't. There's only one B. Good catch. Oh. I guess I doesn't want to recognize birria because that might not be an English word. Alright, chat. Alrighty. Ad break is over. It should be over. Anyway. I'll wait until this round of Words on Stream is over. Chat! 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 I believed in you. It's fine. I have no idea what that last word could have been. Huh. Maybe rebar? I don't spell rebar though. Alright. So. We got a raid during the ad break. I didn't believe in us. We got a raid during the ad break. Hello, hello, hello everyone coming from Baka Tyler's stream. My name is Rika Readman, Comic Book Librarian VTuber. Stream visual novels, horror games, Dark Souls. Ace Attorney is a visual novel. We are currently in the middle of the final case of the original trilogy. The first trial day. So we're a little less than halfway through. If you don't know me, I am also a member of the native VTuber network like Tyler. Thank you for the raid. If you're still around, feel free to do your post-stream stuff. Anyway, chat, let's continue. I'm just looking at all the evidence that we got. I haven't looked at this. Which, like... Why are there footsteps? Is my question. So, the snowmobile doesn't have snow anywhere on it. And it also came up the thing. And then there's footsteps. However, it overwrote the footsteps, so that means somebody walked to the temple before the snowmobile came up? Which is really weird. I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Hold it. As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter blah blah blah. You're certain it was there when we arrived? It was parked in front of the gate. Up here. I can't help but think Iris used it, but for what? I think... Yeah, I have several questions about this situation. You know. I want to say... So, look at the photo. Chat, look at this photograph. So, here's a problem. If somebody walked up to the main gate, the footsteps... No, okay. So, if somebody had walked up to the main gate here, and saw the snowmobile. That means the snowmobile would have already been parked here, and it would have been done for the night. However, the problem that we have here is these footsteps that you can see, these footprints in the snow, get obliterated by the track right here, which means the snowmobile happened after that. I think it's kind of flimsy, but I think that is the contradiction here. I appreciate that. At this point, all I have to say is look at this photograph and you all understand the joke I'm going for. Objection, I am here. Hello, Backslap. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that wasn't it. Fuck you. Fuck you, Edgeworth. Stupid. Alright. I saw tracks. Takes 15 minutes to walk. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Hold it. Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Look at this graph. Somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get the bridge back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. It's more than enough time. Okay, one more thing to press. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Hold it. While it would have been possible time-wise, one element remains out of place here.
Oh, and what would this mystery element be?
The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods?
Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma.
Turning to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor?
What?
She's as over the top as always.
Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. And the murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth.
Another mystery to feed to the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there's surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account.
So, around 11 p.m., after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. So... the snow stopped at 10:50 p.m. here. According to the weather report, the snow stopped at 10:50 p.m. It takes 50 minutes to walk, but less than 5 using one of those. Moved it through the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Let's think. Let's think. So I'm pretty sure the tracks have something to do with it. Maybe they used the thing to throw it into the Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. So, let's visualize this. She said she saw the murder at 11 p.m., which means the snow had stopped by then. So, if somebody were to take a snowmobile from the temple to the bridge and then come back, there wouldn't have been any snow to reset the tracks. Which... why is there only one set of tracks? Hold on. What about... where would the snowmobile have started from? Because if the snowmobile was always parked out here, why is there only one set of tracks here? If we're claiming that she went out after 11 p.m. after it stopped snowing, there should be another pair of tracks, shouldn't there be? Let's try it. Okay, that was it. Objection.
I admit this photograph proves something. It proves the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge, and those from coming back.
Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth.
Hmm?
On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it?
Check the time.
I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks. There's a contradiction. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible.
Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction?
No need. The evidence will do all of the talking for me.
On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow, or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow.
It's the weather report, right? Yeah. If the time doesn't line up, take that. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime.
Like I said, it was around 11.
Of course. This means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder.
The weather report?
Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up.
I can't do the scream, I'm sorry.
Order! Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in.
Chat, we gotta kill this judge.
What?
Too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report even ever correct?
No, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast. This is actual data.
Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m.
It's true. We cannot be totally sure, eh?
What? How did she pull that off?
It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this.
I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony.
You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth.
Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed?
Oh, actually, yeah, this would just be the crime photo, right? She would be covered in snow if it was still snowing.
Take that. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right, but proving that is...
incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception.
And that is?
The victim herself, Miss Elise Dunham.
I mean, that's true. She's not.
Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph, there should be 2 sets of tracks.
Or, just what are you? Yaha!
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple.
I love this animation, it's so good.
From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained.
Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. And the key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean, that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple.
But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance.
Are you gonna get the chance? The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge. So she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. What do you mean by that? You must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. Oops. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too.
But that isn't possible!
Order in the court. What does this all mean?
So then, what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. Oops. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. ...
I think we've learned all we can from this witness.
Yes, I've nothing more to add. I've told you everything that I know.
But then that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh?
Was there no one out, walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night?
I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that. Unless they had something really important to do. I'm finishing my fucking banana. I don't want to deal with this, chat. You know what? It's fine. It's an unsolved murder. You know what? Iris is guilty. Whatever. Unless they had something really important to do.
That's a shame.
Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night.
Your Honor.
Actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
Really?
You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder.
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are two things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder.
And the second being?
This individual that I am thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about?
Franziska von Karma. No, this fucking ass. Larry ass.
Take that.
This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc Deladuc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting.
This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Dunim.
Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about a boot outside on the night of the murder?
But that's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris. But it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw?
I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom.
Summon this youth as a witness immediately!
Youth? I have no choice, do I?
I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Very well.
Larry. You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you.
The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good. Well then, court is now in recess.
My god. Yeah, he is a reliably terrible person. Edgeworth put the attorney badge on his cloth. Wait, did he? Wait, I didn't look closely. Oh, I want to see that now.
Didn't even ask Edgeworth what he meant by that? I'm not gonna ask him what he means. No, he's valid. Yeah, it's your boy, Harry Butts. He doesn't just look unreliable, he is unreliable. Yeah, you know. Alright, I'm looking at Edgeworth's outfit closely now. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not really sure what to say. Are you certain? Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you in any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? Good question. Were you? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? You know, murder. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Why? You are literally about to get jailed for murder. Why?
Iris.
I can't tell you about that yet.
Yet?
Not until her safety is confirmed.
Her?
The safety of the Acolyte.
The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dunham?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
As I thought, no psycho locks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough.
Okay. Yay!
Alright. I guess it's time.
So, there's a lot of secrets still being held here. We're already this deep in, we're already on the first day of trialing, and there's still so many secrets unanswered here. Let's just continue. February 9th, 11:36 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained?
He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I wonder who that could be.
I can only presume that was an intention to capture you.
Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Norris Dunham, I hope you're ready. Get in here.
It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Hello, stupid-looking dude.
Your sketch is in contempt of this court.
Hey, I was just artistically rendering. Ouch!
You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct?
but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains.
I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint.
Well, to use the technical term for the color, Viridian.
I'm just imagining him saying this with like the smarmiest voice ever.
Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it?
Oh, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields?
Yeah, I would also love to take his kneecaps.
Presume he wanted to say field work. I hope.
Oh, wait, you're right. Chat, look, he is wearing the defense badge. The defense attorney lapel. Look at it, that's so cute. I love it.
I presume he wanted to say field work. I hope.
That's it. Thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial. At all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or, to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Ouch! Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man.
Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now.
This is too much for me. Yeah, send Larry to the rice fields, I agree. Send him to any field. Get him out of here. He does not belong in a court. What I saw. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Huh? The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy?
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I?
Yeah, you're pretty worthless.
And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you.
We can delve into other details at a later time.
I'm getting the voices mixed up, fuck. You could probably, where's the lie? No, I definitely think he is behind everything all the time. It is the truest thing he's ever said. This dude literally has committed war crimes by existing. What I saw. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Okay, we're gonna start pressing. Hold it. Yeah? You good?
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse.
So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip.
Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. And that rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen. It isn't like I was there to look at them, right?
See? You can do it if you try.
Hey, hello, Astral Calico. Thank you for the raid. How was Metaphor Re Fantasio?
Hola! Hello everyone coming from Livestream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels, horror games, Dark Souls, Ace Attorney. We've been doing Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Sometimes I just stream chatting about my girlfriend. It's my favorite Atlas game, so I'm picky. I'm so picky with my games from Atlas. Well, that just means that it's that good, right? Maybe falling from that bridge was actually a blessing. At least we don't have to deal with Larry during the Phoenix part of the trial, right? Also, welcome to the stream, Oberon. Hello, hello, welcome back. Alright, so, for those of you coming from Callie's raid, we're at the end of the Ace Attorney trilogy, the original Ace Attorney trilogy. We are in Trials and Tribulations, Case 5. This is the first day's trials. We're almost to the end of the trilogy. It's exciting. It's thrilling. I love seeing how this unfolds. It has been half a year since we started streaming this series. And, like, this feels like a pretty good conclusion so far. You get to see everyone. Everyone is here. Yeah, you get lots of new stuff. Sometimes you do DS2 streams and don't die. It's amazing watching you play. I am new to Dark Souls games, so I'm kind of amazed that I can avoid death sometimes. I heard we had some recent translations with the Ace Attorney series. I don't know. I haven't followed the series. Like, I did not get into the series, really, until this year, so I'm not familiar with it at all. Also, ooh, indeed. Alright, chat. We gotta continue this testimony. We just got the first piece of testimony from Larry Butts, the worst man you know. And immediately we have just decided, no, this guy needs to die. See? You can do it if you try. Ouch! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. I walked to the bridge a number of times. I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Alright, buddy. He did lie about every single part of his first sentence. Yeah. Literally, yeah. Okay, so I walked to the bridge a number of times, but... Hold it! A number of times? How many? Yeah, go use the lavatory. Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. What the fuck? Which means... you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. You bet! A real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack. Using this blackmail letter. But blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing love. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. Oh, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? I'm stealing that. Well, you see. Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. I didn't see a snowmobile. Hold it. Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Snowmobile. Yeah, have a good night, Winter. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my god, he's giving him the death glare again. What? Hit Larry, not me. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile? If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me.
It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either.
Hold it. You didn't meet anyone.
That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces. Now! It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. I was at the lodge out in the mountains. I walked to the bridge a number of times. I didn't see a snowmobile. Are you sure about that? From Main Gate to Dusky Bridge. So, which testimony... Hello, beautiful. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Which testimony do we need to look at? Yo, big shot. Joke's on you. I have never played Deltarune. I don't know what that means. All I know is that one dude from Deltarune says it. And also, a lot of people on the internet are obsessed with that guy. Let's see, so he's saying he didn't see a snowmobile. And I love him. Perfect. Welcome to the stream. Take a seat. Alright, so... Can we just present the tracks photo? Prove that, like, you had to have seen this, my guy? You had to see the tracks? Oops. Objection? No, that's not it. Alright, let's see. We only have one more chance. I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Did you? Are you sure? What about this lady? She said she was walking at the bridge. Alright, chat, we did save. So, like... I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. Okay, wait, so... I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I mean, like, we pressed it and got the contradiction, but, like... The weather data contradicts it? Okay, well... Let's at least see the game over screen. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to... There's so much wrong here. It's like, what are you supposed to object to? Alright. Your Honor, what do you think of the witness's statement?
I don't think there's a problem with it.
You say that with such gusto that I suppose I must agree that is all there is to it.
Smart with me. Get smart with this penalty. That's enough. This court sees no further reason to further prolong this trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Iris of Hazakura Temple, guilty. Okay. The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Alright, well, okay, it's pretty standard. Even though it's just a different judge, I think it's literally just the same dialogue as normal. Okay. So, I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Wouldn't you not have seen... Bikini? Wait. I forgot. I forgot. It was Larry that was there when Phoenix Wright fell off the bridge. Larry was the last thing we saw before Phoenix Wright died. Yeah, wait.
What the fuck? 1, that's horrible. 2, objection.
Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Edgy, are you trying to console me?
It certainly doesn't sound that way to me.
However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
What? You're totally pinning this on me.
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Mr. Bikini, after seeing the murder took place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There he happened to cross a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts.
That's right. Me in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change.
But, what do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you.
Yeah, the judge is actually right for once. This trial did become an intervention.
Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping.
Shut up.
But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well.
Chat. Can we kill this guy? Chat. I genuinely think we have to kill Larry Butts. I want to point out this could have been a turning point for making Larry a decent person at this game trial. Sadly, I know for a fact he doesn't get better. Oh no.
I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder?
Witness testimony. What I saw. Part 2. Chat, you know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say, chat. You know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say. It will never stop being funny to me. It will never stop being funny to me that this is just the Larry Butts face. And I hate it. I don't think he has the power to stop being pathetic. Sure he does. I believe in him. He can do it if he can try. Hear me out. I'm hearing you, Muffin McFluffin. What I saw, part 2. Oops. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. If you murder Larry Butts, you'll get tried for murder? True. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. Still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. Nick should have just left you to die, frankly. White man detected. You'll get tried for murder and have to recount all your Larry Butts memories? Oh, you know what? That actually is a worse fate.
You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you?
What happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say?
Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold.
I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, Please commence your cross-examination.
Okay. Gladly. What I saw, part 2.
What I saw, part 2.
I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Right, we already went over this, hold on. Around 9, so it would have been 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked at the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. So... it would have been about 10:30 when the lightning hit. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. We could have... I can see that. Cross-examine these nuts. Was that dumbass Phoenix right even? What do you mean he almost died? It's so funny how she's like, what do you mean he's almost dead? Dumb luck also works? Yeah. Alright, let's just start pressing. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. Hold it. What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half?
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Excited? Dare I even ask?
I set the meeting time as 10 p.m., right?
But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early, too.
Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they?
Shut up! Don't go picking my fond memories apart! Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Hold it. This light was, of course...
lightning? Like, kerpow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom.
Oh, a little like that.
What?
That's more like a punch from Miranda.
Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so... I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire.
Hold it. Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my heart.
And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge.
Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But I had pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness.
There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. Hold it. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
Oops. The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire.
Maybe around 5 minutes?
I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on, well, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. What do you mean by that? I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him for a little more info?
Yes.
Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay. A reason. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to, okay? I arrived at the bridge, and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Are you sure about that?
He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth.
So, Nick showed up less than a minute later from getting to the bridge. So, the snow stopped at 10:50. He would have gotten there at 11. I don't think we have any evidence showing when Phoenix arrived at the bridge. But, let's press this. Hold it.
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright.
Oops. Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge.
The fire was pretty much out by then anyway.
What's this feeling? Suddenly have a terrible case of unease.
It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell up from the bridge, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. More or less.
He told me about the burning bridge yesterday.
Still something that doesn't quite fit. Persona 5 is clearly canon to Ace Attorney.
True.
I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Is that true? So... from main gate to Dusky Bridge... what would we present here? There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. I looked out the window, lying under my bedding. It would have been about 10:30 p.m. And then he saw the lightning that would have happened at 10:45. Dusky Bridge was on fire. He took about 5 minutes to get to the bridge, which means he arrived there at 10:50 p.m. Nick showed up less than a minute later. What would the... how would you prove this? I feel like this time doesn't line up. Chat. Let's think about this. But we have an ad break coming up, so enjoy some words on stream. We'll be back in a few minutes. Listen to the sick-ass song while you do words on stream. I believe in you, chat. I believe in you, I believe in you, I believe in you, I believe in you! I believe in you to get that last word. I believe in you. I believe. I actually... Am I stupid? I can't figure out what it is. Comic. What the fuck is Mien? What is Mien? I don't think that's an English word, but nice, good work, team. Good work, chat. It is? Oh, it is an English word. Damn, alright. A person's look or manner, especially one of a particular kind, indicating their character or mood. Alright, chat, what does my Mien look like? What can you tell of my Mien? Woo. Anyway, chat. So let's... Why? Alright, whatever. There we go. Perfecto. Oops, where's OBS? There you are. Alright, chat. So, let's put this together piece by piece, okay? Let's put this together little by little. So, I think I have an idea, because the time, I think there's some issues with the timing here. So, I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Which means this happened at 10:45 p.m. Yeah, the lightning struck. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. So then, there was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. I ran to the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. So, when we pressed him earlier, he said it took him about 5 minutes to walk up. Which means at 10:45, he got up and walked up the hill to the bridge. And then Nick showed up at 10:50 to 10:51. Which, to me, doesn't really... It contradicts the testimony that Bikini had earlier. But I don't know Because Bikini said that the murder happened at 11 p.m. So for Nick to show up at 10:50 is, like, not possible because he would have taken way more than that to get down to the bridge. And also, the murder he hadn't been told to report the murder yet. But, like, that is also assuming that we're taking Bikini's testimony at face value, right? But if that's the set of facts that we're working with here, I think the objection has to be... Is it the lightning strike timing? Because it tells us that the lightning strike happened at 10:45. So then you add 6 minutes to that, and there's no way Phoenix could have been there? I think that has to be it, right? Objection? Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien. You are a creature. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge. And immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shock to the Dusty Bridge. Meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. That sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Larry's Dunham, yeah! It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. That was my thought, actually. And the sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Oops. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. Oh my god, hi Mavis! Moon Witch Mavis Raid Makeup! How was, Overwatch? How was Under Listen? Hi! Hello everyone coming from Mavis's stream. My name is Rika Readman, comic book librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels, horror games, Dark Souls, Ace Attorney. We're doing Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Sometimes I just stream myself yapping for like an hour straight, talking about my girlfriend and other gay shit. I'm a gay elf. Well, right now I'm a fucking cat, but I'm a gay elf. Hello! It was fun. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm very glad. Happy Friday. Happy Friday night. Chat. Raiders. I'm also a part of NTV2 Native VTuber Network like Mavis, so if you like, I don't know, indigenous bitches, what up? Check me out. Happy Flat Fuck Friday! Let's go! Oh my god. Me and my girlfriend always we always talk about flat fuck. It's really funny. What the elf? Yeah, what the elf? Mavis made me go Reaper? Okay, but like I'm just saying, if I had to play Overwatch, I feel like I would like to go Reaper. I don't know how good that character is, but like, a character that has a teleport and like shotguns? That sounds funny. Let me go Wrecking Ball. That's so funny. I never played Reaper, so I was really confused. Click heads. It's easy. Click heads. I have no experience with Overwatch, so like I cannot say it's easy. My fault. I hope you all had fun though. The hamster's great. I love the hamster. Anyway, for those of you just joining us also, we have been doing... Yeah, go get some dinner. Have a good night, Mavis. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, so for those of you coming in, we have been doing Ace Attorney Trilogy for 6 months, basically. Also, thank you for the follow. All follows are anonymous. You can feel free to chat. We've been doing Ace Attorney Trilogy for 6 months now. It has taken us that long to get from the very first case of the trilogy to where we're at now, which is smack dab in the middle of the final case. We're in case 5 of Trials and Tribulations, which is, you know, the final case. It's the climax. The thrilling conclusion to our tale of gay lawyers. I'm sorry, you will never get me to stop saying that they are gay lawyers. I'm just saying, it's very obvious. Sorry, I'm clocking you, Edgeworth. But, yeah. If you are interested, feel free to drop a follow. We do Ace Attorney every weekend. Yeah, gay lawyers. No, you're correct. You're so correct for that, actually. You're absolutely correct for that, Dalantia. But yeah. It's, we're in the middle of the first trial. Of the first day of trials. After this, we have a whole other day of investigations, and a whole other day of trialing. So, we're probably about 30% through this case. 40% maybe. Let's continue though. We have just objected to something very important. Disproving that this guy did not actually see anyone at the crime scene? Around the crime scene. Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. But Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you to stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? Thank you for the follow. I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback. What the fuck are you talking about? Larry! What the fuck do you mean by that? What? Why would... Chat, I'm gonna kill him. Chat, I'm gonna kill him. Chat, hold me back. I'm gonna kill this man. This guy's gonna die tonight. Do you want to know what he means by that? Okay, like, I get it. Toilet splashback. You gross, but like, okay, I understand. What do you mean woken up? How do you... Where are you sleeping that you're getting woken up by that? I've had the toilet splashback, but like, where are you sleeping that you're getting woken up by it? Have you never fallen asleep on the toilet? No! Do people do that? Are you telling me that people actually fall asleep on the toilet? Is that a real thing? Like, okay, no more of the bit. Is that a real thing? Do people actually fall asleep on the toilet? Fellas, is it gay to recount stories of toilet splashback? Is it? If it's not gay, I don't want any part of it. This man sleeping on the toilet and shitting mid-sleep, that's nuts. No, but it is nuts. Like, huh? What do you mean by that, Larry? Oh my god. You'd have to fall asleep and then poop during. I don't... Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of those words that you just said. I'm really not a fan of those words you just said. That's his cousin family, the Nuts family. This is the Butts. Amir. There's a worse interpretation. Alright. Enough being flabbergasted. Let's continue. I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Pinch me.
Order!
And there was a missing 15 minutes prior to the meeting, Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness. Why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
But this is Larry we are talking about. And even he is incapable of being so stupid.
Are you sure about that?
Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought. You've been playing with us all this time.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes.
I may really say it this time, everything.
Then say it.
Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now for this 15-minute gap. What were you doing, witness?
The missing 15 minutes. What were you doing, fucklord?
I'm a Dunin. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching! In front of the bridge! I was whipped up into a frenzy of art.
The shock and awe that I was feeling? I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up.
Huh?
I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sounds of it.
Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts?
Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you, fuckwit. The missing 15 minutes. Also, chat, I just realized something. Hold on. We're gonna make this a little better. There we go. Don't forget, chat, we do have a charity thing going on. Make sure you, hit ! charity if you're interested in donating to children in the hospital to get video games. The missing 15 minutes. I'm a dude. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. I transferred all directly on the page. The flames had gone out and then he came running up. So, like, can I just object to his last name being fake? With ibuprofen ready, honestly, that just filled me with more doubt. You're too pathetic to keep lying. Alright, what do you think I was doing?
Hold it. Tell us, Larry.
Oops. My name is Laurice. Get it right.
Mistakes like that are what keeps you from being popular with the ladies like I am.
Just who exactly are you? I'm Laura's Dunin, apprentice extraordinaire.
And that's what he called himself in any case. Then you are an artist?
Of course! I'm an artist, the real thing!
Yet again, that's what he called himself.
Names mean nothing. There was only one issue I cared to discuss. What were you doing?
That is a very big issue indeed.
Sketching! In front of the bridge! I was whipped up into a frenzy of art!
Hold it. Sketching? The burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
Are you stupid? What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this! That sketch of mine is...
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, Witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution.
I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there.
It'd be really funny to say leave it alone at this point, but we're gonna look at the sketch.
Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please?
Well, well. Even I couldn't have imagined it turn out like this.
Imagined what?
That Laurice Dunham's debut would take place here, today, like this. Ouch!
Show it, now!
Okay, but steel yourself. This is the world of Laurice Dunham.
Oh. What is that? What? I need water. Somebody throw themselves into the fire? We were not familiar with this game. That's actually not bad art.
Well... So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma.
Yes, well... It's a better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce these flames. I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry.
What? Hey, why didn't my thing? There we go.
The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate-looking figure?
You spotted that? I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris!
Huh?
Iris?
I wish she'd take better care of herself. We had to plan for our future, you know? Okay, first of all, that's creepy as fuck. Second of all,
are you just gonna casually disregard the fact that you just admitted to seeing Iris flying over a burning bridge? Hello? Hello? Are you good, my guy? Are you good? What?
Alright. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please. Answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant lying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yup, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist. A real artist. Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture.
Okay, that's pretty clever. That's a pretty clever way for it to make them exclaim, "Are you high?"
Are you high?
This game is peak, chat.
What was that for?
What is the wild part of all this? Yeah, that was technically a UFO. This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you in the cheek to test that theory. Yeah, Larry is a good artist.
Please whip your own cheek from now if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there's some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris.
She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see. But this has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to Earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness. Miles Edgeworth.
Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what did you think of my debut piece?
Get that thing away from me!
Larry's sketch added to the court. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Listen, they're saying it's a horrible sketch, but I'm just saying it's good enough to present it as evidence, so, you know. Yeah, if he turned his life around, he could probably have a good art career.
Now hurry up and cross-examine him.
Alright. Uwu, hello, Lloyd Grove. That's the fee. If anyone uwus in chat, they gotta pay the fee. I'm a Doom and I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? I was whipped into a frenzy of art. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Wait. Her white hood fluttering? No, that's not correct. Her white hood fluttering. No, objection. We have that. Phoenix had that an hour before.
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain.
What might that be?
That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What? Wyatt? What do you mean? I don't understand.
A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim?
Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was.
That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge.
The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. What?
It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench.
Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift.
Are you going to change your story now?
Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight.
I love this alliteration.
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you, Nick? You dog!
Why is that what you care about? I hate you. I hate you so much, Larry. I hate you so fucking much. Please die. Immediately. I hope the next case we have, the next murder trial we have is yours.
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage. Ha!
What is it now, witness?
It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What?
What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
I just realized something, Cursed, and I'm so sorry for this. I need y'all to know I have chosen... Okay, so, like, you know that I like to have a different voice for each character, right? Just based on their vibes, basically. What I need y'all to know is that originally I had Larry Butts sounding like some kind of Shaggy ripoff, and over time he just sounds more and more pathetic, and Shaggy is cooler than that, so it just gotten more shrill over time. And I need you to know my current inspiration for the voice I'm using for Larry is that one TikTok of that dude that's like, "Oh, you like Danganronpa too? Wow, who's your favorite? I'm Kin Kokichi." That was a lie. Morty? I've never seen Rick and Morty, so I can't ever say that, sorry. Rika? Yeah? Hi? Hello? Why'd you remind me of that TikTok? I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I got a flashbang someone with it. Alright, let's continue.
Definitive evidence. Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Maurice Dunham, shall prove it.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't expect to ask this again. But we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay. I hope you're ready, Edgy. Because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me.
Oh boy, proof that Iris flew. Alright, chat. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but... when I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone.
I was so worried.
So I frantically searched all over the place for her.
That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere. Half buried in the snow.
Oh. Oh. That's not good. That's not good for our case, chat. That's really not good for our case. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Crystal sphere? This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers.
That sphere. Where did you find it?
Let me see. Around here somewhere? Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow.
It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
The court accepts this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards.
There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood!
What?
Blood?
Has blood on it.
You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Loris Dunham only a few minutes ago?
Yeah, honestly, what the fuck is wrong with Larry that he just picks up this crystal ball with blood on it and is like, no, I'm just gonna keep this in my pocket. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere I'll have buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. You know? What if I just called this out immediately? You know who else could have lost a crystal sphere? Objection. Elise Dunham.
Larry. That night, there was someone. Someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was?
Who? Who is this stupid idiot?
Miss Elise Dunham, the mentor to a stupid idiot.
The victim?
I have a photo of her here.
This is such a good photo, chat. I'm very normal about this photo. Listen, some lesbians in chat are like, are very normal about Franziska, Iris. Me? This is my breaking point.
And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere.
Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch!
A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch.
They look nothing alike!
In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime.
Crystal sphere! It's gone! What? 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 What?
Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either.
What? Exactly.
That means the one who flew
and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dunham.
Objection. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. So hi, Shai Nekoneko, welcome to the stream. People cannot fly. Thus, it is rejected.
You can't do that! I saw it! With my own 2 eyes!
In this crystal sphere. This is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all.
Objection. Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept an explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case.
Objection. The crystal sphere. It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder.
There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch.
What? You mean I'm the killer?
He admitted it, chat. He admitted it. Case over. Trilogy over. We put Larry in jail. Good ending.
No, what?
All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dunem left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely.
Your response, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good question. What is our response? My response is saving the game.
I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place?
Can you prove it?
Found half covered in
Yes, you can. It was found half covered in snow. Which means, if the murder took place at 11, there wouldn't have been snow on it. Yes, I can.
Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that is the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this.
Fellas, is it gay?
Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case.
You will do what?
That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered.
That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered.
I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth.
Wait, it has to be on this photo?
Evidence that proves the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
I mean, like... I just realized... the gem is, like, the same as the hood. Okay, so, why did we go to this picture? Let me see, why did we go to this picture? Is there something in this photo that correlates? So... would we have been able to get the blood on here? Alright, chat. I'm taking a blind guess. My idea was it would be... it wouldn't have been covered in snow. Oh, right! Because if it was after she was murdered, the body would have been put down, and the reason earlier was she didn't have any snow on her body, so she had to be murdered after the snow stopped. So then why did the crystal sphere have snow on it? Yeah, wait, this is the answer. Take that!
This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear.
What?
When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly.
Snowing?
On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow in the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder.
What? What?
Order! 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 On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose.
What? What could that have been?
The sphere. There's some blood on it, isn't there?
Cat got your tongue?
Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
Objection. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolishly piece of absolute foolishness.
Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma?
Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Objection. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing!
No, it isn't. You said it yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed. Thus, there was no bleeding.
Objection. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. I mean,
it would be the snowmobile, wouldn't it?
oops, not that.
Would it not just be the snowmobile?
So let's look at the map. Yeah, so the river is going downstream here, so it wouldn't be the river. The jewel was found here. If the murder happened here, then they could use the snowmobile really easily, actually. Yeah, it'd be the snowball. Fact photo. Take that.
On that snowy night, there was one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Manic Marf Marf. Hello there, I'm coming from Marf Marf stream. My name is Rika Readman, Galaxy Elf Librarian VTuber, stream visual novels, horror games, and Dark Souls. Visual novels and horror games. We are currently at the climax of the first day and the first trial of Case 5 in Trials and Tribulations. I hope your stream went well. I saw you were also streaming the trilogy. How far in are you? This is spoilers for the very last case, by the way, so just be careful. Welcome to the stream, Marf and Jupiter's office. Hello to you both. Thank you for the raid. You gotta do post-stream stuff. You gotta chill out, wind down. Feel free. We will continue the scene. Third case? Let's go. So, Edgeworth just posited that snowmobile was used to move the corpse here in this case, and that's how the murder could have happened on the bridge.
It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon. But it could also have been used to carry a body.
Order! Yeah!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. He's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim Elise Dunim really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
Objection. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity.
Edgeworth is spitting, though. He's telling the truth.
However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. Oops. He drew this so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy! Thank you!
That settles it then.
I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
Grr. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was one reason, and one alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Right.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francie whipping me all day.
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you are here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. You are missing Peak. Hello, Steve. Welcome in.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a shame, Francie!
This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You are an affront to all the legal system stands for.
Oh!
I demand satisfaction. Justified crash out, honestly.
She killed him! Let's go! I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, Ace Attorney Z. Those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution.
And with this, the rest is up to you, Right?
Court is now adjourned.
Yippee! To be continued. Damn, that is unfortunate timing. Alright, chat. I gotta run to the restroom real fast, so just play a round of words on stream real quick. I'll be right back, I promise. Alright. Really funny timing, chat, because you know what? Let me save real quick. We actually have our full ad break coming now in 45 seconds. So, keep going, keep going. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Only all echo. Yeah, that's why you were the top scorer, Steve. Good work. Go ahead and play again. Hey, why is this ad break still not started yet? What do I feel like this ad break still hasn't started? I haven't gotten the notification about it starting. It was supposed to start like a minute and a half ago. Oh, there we go. I have no idea. No, you're okay. Alright, chat. Good work. Good attempts. Are you doing Apollo Justice Trilogy after? No. Hold on, let's go to the screen. We talk about it after we save. Let's talk about it all after we get some saving in. Alright, chat. Let's get a preview of what comes next. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Body Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. Yeah, you're sick. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with them. Somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m. Dusky Bridge. I don't know why, but every time I see his angry face, I'm just like, bruh, why do you look like this? Alright, chat, you got your preview. Farewell. Farewell, Phoenix Wright. Alright, so, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Echo asked, are we going to be doing Apollo Justice Trilogy after this? I'm pissed. Shoulda come into stream sooner. My fault. My bad. Anyway, here's the thing. You asked if we're doing Apollo Justice afterwards. Unfortunately, we're not doing Apollo Justice afterwards. Instead... Well, I've heard investigations comes between Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice, so, and also, I love Edgeworth. Edgeworth is the best. He's the greatest. He's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. And also, you get more Gumshoe. And also... Well, no, that's the end of my statement. Yeah. You just miss Larry being an asshole. Yeah, he is literally Phoenix. Yeah, he'll never die. Exactly. It's literally impossible for him to die. Chronologically, Investigations is after AA3. Yeah, Edgy? He's the bestie. He's the oomphy. He's the bestie and festy. Okay, so... Cat, we're gonna do Phoenix's investigation into this case tomorrow. And then next Friday, we have a raid train going on. So we're not going to be doing Ace Attorney because I only have a 2-hour block. But like, that Saturday afterwards, we will be, you know, we'll be finishing up Ace Attorney. I am thinking of having the stream start maybe like an hour or two early. Because the final trial is probably going to take a really long time, and I want to give us ample time to do it. And also, I want to try having Saturday streams be earlier in the day. So, like, yeah. Next week, I expect to start earlier, but tomorrow, we're starting at our usual time. 7:30 Eastern. I'm telling you now. Why? I'm telling you now so that you don't miss it, and then say you're pissed. Yo, Infinite Bonk? That all being said, who can I send y'all to? Chat. It would be so funny to send y'all to Marvel. Why? I didn't do anything. I literally did nothing wrong. What? Do y'all like Persona? Let me see if somebody is streaming Ace Attorney. Anyone that I know? I don't know any of these people. I'm not familiar with them. And that is a bald Edgeworth. Alright, well. I'm sending you over to... What did I say, chat? Persona? I think I'm gonna send you all to Persona. Let's send you all to Rolling Boshi. Thou art I, and I am thou. Currently on Persona 5 Royal. Rika Amigos. Royal. Raid. There you go. The easiest raid message of my life. I love alliteration. In the first place, last trial is difficult, so we spend more hours than usual. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start earlier. I don't want to start too early. Because one... Well, I don't want to start so early that people aren't able to show up, right? But I'll probably start around 5 Eastern. So maybe 2.5 hours earlier than usual. Maybe 5:30. I'll figure it out when we're making our schedule. I will get up early. Poor Uma. Anyway, chat, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Don't forget the raid message. It's right there. Yeah, tomorrow night we are going to get our second day of investigations. Don't miss it. Usual time, 7:30 Eastern. See y'all tomorrow. Adios, Rika amigos. Thank y'all for coming out. Say the raid message. Say the line, chat. Also, you on YouTube, have a good night.
The Rika raid! Let's fucking go! Hey gamers, welcome in! Chapa chapa doobie doobie dava dava makikomi doobie doobie doo. Rika Amigos Royal Raid? Yo, you were playing Phoenix, right? Let's fucking go! Welcome in, Rika Amigos! Welcome, welcome! If you don't know me, I'm Bushy. I'm a space VTuber. We play all kinds of games here, Pokemon, Ace Attorney, Persona, Monster Hunter,